The Franklin Credit Union sat on a quiet corner in Omaha like a brick tomb, its windows dark by November 1988. Before we go any further into this story, if you want a brand new American mystery every single night, subscribe. One tap and a new story is waiting for you every evening. The building looked ordinary enough. Red brick walls, glass doors that reflected the gray Nebraska sky, a sign that promised safe investments and steady returns. But inside those walls, something had gone terribly wrong. The money was gone. All of it. $40 million had vanished like morning mist, leaving behind only empty accounts and unanswered questions. Federal investigators walked through those quiet halls in the winter of 1988, their footsteps echoing on polished floors. They carried boxes of files and ledgers, searching for clues about where the money went. What they found instead was something nobody expected. A trail that led away from simple fraud and into the shadows of power itself. The credit union had been more than a place to deposit paychecks. It was a hub, a meeting point, a place where certain people gathered to discuss things that never appeared in any official records. The investigators found names in those files. Important names. Politicians and judges, businessmen and community leaders. People who should never have been connected to a small credit union in the heart of America. Larry King ran the Franklin Credit Union like his personal kingdom. He was a large man with an even larger smile, the kind of person who remembered your children's names and asked about your mother's health. He threw parties that drew crowds from across the state. He donated money to charities and posed for pictures with senators. He was everything a pillar of the community should be, except the money he was spending belonged to other people, and the parties he threw were not the kind that appeared in society pages. The first investigators thought they were chasing a simple case of embezzlement. A man who lived too well on other people's savings. They expected to find expensive cars and vacation homes, maybe some gambling debts, or a secret addiction. What they found instead were receipts for things that made no sense. Plane tickets to Washington, hotel bills for children who had no business traveling anywhere, payments to photographers who specialized in pictures that decent people didn't take. The children started talking in the spring of 1989, not all at once, and not willingly. They were kids from foster homes and group facilities, the kind of children who learned early that adults couldn't be trusted. But slowly, carefully, they began to tell stories that sounded like nightmares. They talked about parties in big houses where powerful men gathered after midnight. They described rooms with cameras hidden in the walls and adults who paid money to hurt children. They named names that made seasoned investigators pause and look at each other with worried eyes. The stories should have been impossible. Children from broken homes making wild accusations against respected citizens. But the details matched. The dates aligned. The physical evidence started to pile up like autumn leaves, too much to ignore and too dangerous to believe. Paul Bonacci was 15 when he first told his story to investigators. He was a thin boy with dark eyes that had seen too much. He described being taken to parties in Omaha and Lincoln, sometimes even to Washington itself. He drew maps of houses he should never have visited. He knew details about powerful men that no street kid should know. Alisha Owen was 17 and pregnant when she testified before the grand jury. She sat in that sterile room and described parties where senators and judges gathered to do things that had no names in polite society. She talked about being flown to other states, about photographs that were taken for blackmail, about a world where children were currency and silence was bought with fear. The investigators wanted to dismiss these stories. They wanted to file them away as the fantasies of damaged children seeking attention or revenge. But the evidence kept growing. Bank records that showed payments to the children, travel receipts that matched their stories, photographs that proved they had been in places they claimed to visit. The Franklin Credit Union had been more than a bank. It was the financial heart of something larger and darker. A network that reached from the streets of Omaha to the halls of power in Washington. A system where money and children moved in the same circles, where respected citizens gathered in secret to satisfy hungers that decent people couldn't imagine. The building still stands on that quiet corner in Omaha. The the sign has changed, and new businesses occupy the space where Larry King once held court. But the questions remain. The children who spoke their truth are older now, scattered across the country like seeds on the wind. Omaha in the 1980s was a city caught between two worlds. The old brick buildings downtown still held the weight of railroad money and cattle fortunes. Wide streets stretched toward the horizon where corn grew tall as telephone poles. The Missouri River curved around the city like a protective arm. Brown water carrying the dreams of farmers and the secrets of bankers downstream. Boys Town sat just west of the city limits. Father Flanagan's dream had grown into something bigger than anyone imagined when he first opened his doors to homeless children in 1917. The campus spread across rolling hills like a small college. Red brick dormitories stood in neat rows. Chapel bells rang across manicured lawns where boys in pressed shirts walked to classes that promised them a future. The administration building rose from the center of campus like a cathedral. Its white limestone walls caught the Nebraska sun and threw it back in golden waves. Inside, polished marble floors echoed with the footsteps of social workers and donors. Oil paintings of benefactors lined the hallways. Their eyes seemed to follow visitors as they moved through corridors that smelled of floor wax and old money. This was America's most famous orphanage. Movie stars came to visit. Politicians posed for photographs with the children. The post office issued stamps with Boys Town's motto printed in bold letters. "He ain't heavy, he's my brother." The words appeared on coffee mugs and bumper stickers across the Heartland. But something else lived in those buildings. Something that moved through the dormitories after lights out. Something that turned the chapel bells into a funeral dirge for innocence lost. The same red brick that looked warm in daylight seemed to absorb screams in the darkness. Downtown, Omaha hummed with the quiet prosperity of the Reagan years. The Franklin Credit Union occupied a corner building that had once housed a haberdashery. Large windows faced the street where businessmen in gray suits walked past carrying leather briefcases. Their shoes clicked against sidewalks, still damp from morning frost. Inside the credit union, fluorescent lights buzzed over desks where secretaries typed on electric machines. The carpet was deep blue with gold flecks that caught the light like scattered coins. Larry King's office sat in the back corner. Through his window, he could watch the city wake up each morning. Coffee shops opened their doors. Newspaper vendors arranged their stacks on street corners. The world looked normal from that window. The Nebraska State Capitol building rose 20 miles south in Lincoln. Its tower stretched toward the sky like a concrete finger pointing at God. Inside those halls, senators and representatives made laws that governed the lives of farmers and factory workers. They spoke of family values and Christian morals. They posed for photographs with their wives and children at church picnics and county fairs. But power moved through different channels after dark. Private jets landed at small airports where no one asked questions about passenger lists. Black cars with tinted windows drove through neighborhoods where porch lights stayed off. Money changed hands in restaurants where the maitre d' knew which tables were reserved for conversations that never happened. The children moved between these worlds like ghosts. They rode in cars with leather seats to houses with circular driveways. They walked through doors that opened into rooms where adults wore masks that weren't made of cloth or plastic. They learned that silence was a currency more valuable than gold. Foster homes scattered across the city became way stations in a network that stretched beyond Nebraska's borders. Ranch houses with neat lawns and white picket fences. Apartments above downtown shops where the smell of Chinese food drifted up from restaurants below. Suburban developments where sprinklers ran at dawn, and newspapers landed on driveways with soft thuds. The children learned to recognize the signs. A certain look in an adult's eyes, a particular tone of voice that meant the games were about to begin. They learned which houses had basement rooms with no windows, which cars had locks that only worked from the outside, which adults could be trusted, and which ones wore their kindness like a costume. Winter came early that year. Snow fell in thick flakes that turned the city into a Christmas card. Children pressed their faces against frosted windows and drew pictures in the condensation. Their breath made small clouds that disappeared as quickly as their hopes. The money kept flowing through the credit union like water through a broken dam. Numbers moved between accounts in patterns that made sense only to those who understood the true nature of the transactions. Children were assets on invisible balance sheets. Their silence was collateral for loans that would never be repaid. Spring would bring investigators and questions. Summer would bring grand juries and testimony. But that winter, the snow covered everything in white. The city slept under its blanket of ice, while secrets moved through the darkness like wolves hunting in packs. Lawrence King Jr. stood 6 feet tall and wore his success like a perfectly tailored suit. His smile could light up a room or freeze it solid, depending on what he needed from the people inside. He drove a black Lincoln Continental that purred through Omaha's streets like a panther on the prowl. The leather seats smelled of expensive cologne and cigarettes. Chrome gleamed on the dashboard. Power radiated from every surface. King had built his empire from nothing. Born poor in Louisiana, he clawed his way north to Nebraska with nothing but ambition and a silver tongue that could convince anyone of anything. He understood money the way other men understood women or whiskey. Numbers danced for him. Accounts bent to his will. The Franklin Credit Union became his personal kingdom, and he ruled it with the confidence of a man who knew exactly where all the bodies were buried. His office sat on the top floor of the Franklin building like a throne room. Mahogany desk, leather chairs, windows that looked out over the city. He was slowly buying piece by piece. King would lean back in his chair and survey his domain with the satisfaction of a general who had never lost a battle. The phone rang constantly. Politicians called. Businessmen called. People who needed favors called. King listened to them all with the patience of a spider waiting for flies. He threw parties that became legend in Omaha's social circles. His house sprawled across acres of manicured lawn like a small palace. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbow light across marble floors. The wine cellar held bottles worth more than most people's cars. Important people came to these gatherings. senators, judges, police chiefs, men who made decisions that shaped the lives of thousands. They ate King's food and drank his liquor and laughed at his jokes. They owed him favors they could never repay. King collected people the way other men collected stamps. He studied their weaknesses like a scholar studying ancient texts. This one gambled. That one drank too much. Another had debts that kept him awake at night. King filed these details away in his memory like a librarian organizing books. Information was currency in his world. Secrets were more valuable than gold. His wife Alice moved through their social world like a graceful shadow. She wore designer dresses and smiled at the right moments and never asked questions about the late-night phone calls or the mysterious meetings in her husband's study. She had learned long ago that ignorance was not just bliss, but survival. Some doors were better left unopened. Some conversations were better left unheard. The credit union hummed with activity during business hours. Tellers counted money with practiced efficiency. Loan officers reviewed applications with careful attention to detail. Everything looked normal from the outside. Clean floors, fresh flowers on the reception desk, the smell of coffee and copy machine toner. But underneath the surface, currents moved that had nothing to do with legitimate banking. Money flowed in patterns that made sense only to those who understood the true nature of King's business. King's assistant, Bonnie, kept his calendar and answered his phone with a voice like honey over broken glass. She knew which calls to put through immediately and which ones could wait. She scheduled meetings and made reservations and never questioned why certain appointments happened after midnight. Her desk sat outside King's office like a fortress wall. Nothing reached him without passing through her first. The credit union's board of directors met monthly in a conference room that smelled of leather and old money. These men wore expensive suits and spoke in careful whispers about interest rates and loan portfolios. They nodded when King spoke and asked no difficult questions about the unusual transactions that kept appearing in the quarterly reports. They had learned that curiosity was a luxury they could not afford. King understood power in ways that most people never would. He knew that control came not from fear, but from making people complicit in their own corruption. A favor here, a loan there. A blind eye turned at the right moment. Soon, everyone was tangled in his web, whether they realized it or not. The city's elite found themselves dancing to music only King could hear. His empire stretched far beyond the credit union's walls. Real estate deals, political contributions, charitable donations that bought him access to circles most people could only dream of entering. He moved through Omaha's power structure like smoke through a house, touching everything without leaving fingerprints. The children who came to his parties arrived in cars driven by adults who spoke in hushed tones about special opportunities and bright futures. These young faces would disappear into rooms where cameras waited and powerful men made choices that would echo through decades. King watched it all with the detached interest of a scientist observing lab rats. Winter deepened around the city, while King's influence grew like frost on windows. His name appeared on charity boards and political endorsements. The children lived ordinary lives before the darkness found them. They woke in foster homes and group facilities scattered across Nebraska's small towns. They brushed their teeth with donated toothbrushes and ate breakfast from plates that belonged to the state. Their days followed patterns set by social workers and case managers who moved through their lives like ghosts, present but never quite real. Alisha Owen was 15 when the first invitation came. She lived in a group home in Lincoln, where the radiators clanged through winter nights, and the windows fogged with breath from too many bodies in too small a space. The other girls talked about boys and movies and dreams of turning 18. Alisha listened, but kept her thoughts to herself. She had learned early that words were dangerous things in the world of state care. The invitation arrived through channels that seemed official. A social worker mentioned special opportunities for bright young people, a chance to meet important adults who cared about their futures. The language was careful and vague, wrapped in the kind of bureaucratic kindness that foster children learned to distrust. But the promise of something better than group home meals and hand-me-down clothes was hard to resist. Paul Bonacci lived 2 hours away in a different kind of ordinary hell. His days began with the sound of his foster father's heavy footsteps on creaking stairs. The house smelled like stale cigarettes and disappointment. Paul had learned to make himself small, to disappear into corners where angry adults might forget he existed. He drew pictures in notebooks that social workers never saw. Images of places where children could run without being chased. The other children who would later speak of parties and photographs lived similar lives across the state. They attended schools where teachers knew their names, but not their stories. They sat in classrooms where the heating worked poorly, and the textbooks were older than some of their parents. They learned to read the faces of adults for signs of kindness or cruelty. They developed the survival skills that unwanted children master without being taught. Troy Boner was older, nearly 18 when the promises reached him. He had aged out of several placements and lived in a halfway house where the rules were simple. Stay out of trouble and stay invisible. The walls were painted institutional green, and the floors were covered with linoleum that had been mopped 10,000 times, but never looked clean. Troy worked part-time jobs that paid minimum wage and dreamed of having enough money for his own apartment. The children who would later testify about what they saw lived in a world where adults made decisions about their lives without asking their opinions. They moved from placement to placement, like packages being shipped to different addresses. Their belongings fit in garbage bags or cardboard boxes. They learned not to get attached to rooms or routines because everything could change with a phone call from downtown. Danny King, no relation to Larry, lived in Boys Town itself. The famous facility stretched across rolling hills west of Omaha, like a small city dedicated to second chances. The buildings were brick and solid, built to last through Nebraska winters that could freeze pipes and crack foundations. Danny walked the same paths that thousands of boys had walked before him, past dormitories and classrooms where hope was supposed to grow like crops in carefully tended fields. The daily routines of these children followed patterns that social workers had refined over decades. Morning chores, school attendance, supervised activities, lights out at appointed hours. The system was designed to provide structure for lives that had known too little of it. But structure could also provide cover for those who understood how to manipulate it. The children ate meals in cafeterias where conversations echoed off tile walls. They attended mandatory counseling sessions where they learned to give answers that satisfied adults without revealing too much truth. They participated in group activities designed to build character and teach responsibility. They lived in a world where privacy was a privilege that had to be earned and could be revoked without explanation. Winter settled over Nebraska like a familiar blanket. The children bundled into donated coats and walked through snow that crunched under their feet. They breathed air so cold it burned their lungs and watched their breath form clouds that disappeared as quickly as they formed. The sky was gray most days, heavy with the promise of more snow. In group homes and foster placements across the state, these children lived lives that seemed unremarkable to outside observers. They attended school and did homework and watched television shows that other teenagers watched. They worried about grades and friendships and the small dramas that fill adolescent days. They had no way of knowing that their names were already written in appointment books, kept by men who collected children like other people collected stamps. The ordinary world was about to crack open and reveal something that should not have existed in the heartland of America. The phone rang in Senator Loran Schmidt's office on a Tuesday morning in February. The caller spoke in measured tones about irregularities in state contracts. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would make headlines. Just a concerned citizen pointing out discrepancies in paperwork that most people would never notice. Schmidt had served in the Nebraska legislature for decades. He knew the difference between routine complaints and something worth investigating. This call felt different. The caller knew too much about specific contracts. They mentioned names that weren't public record. They spoke about meetings that supposedly never happened. The senator made notes on a yellow legal pad. He drew circles around certain words and connected them with thin lines. The pattern that emerged looked like a spider web, Larry King's name at the center. Every thread led back to the Franklin Credit Union and its charismatic president, who threw parties for politicians and donated money to campaigns across party lines. 3 days later, another call came, this time from a different voice. A woman who worked in social services. She spoke carefully, choosing each word like someone walking through a minefield. She mentioned children who had been placed in homes connected to Franklin Credit Union board members. She talked about overnight trips and weekend retreats that weren't documented in official files. The woman hung up before giving her name. Schmidt stared at his notes and felt something cold settle in his stomach. He had investigated financial corruption before. Missing money was one thing. Missing children were something else entirely. That same week, a reporter from the Omaha World Herald received a manila envelope with no return address. Inside were photocopies of financial records showing payments to individuals who didn't appear on any official payroll. The amounts were small enough to avoid triggering automatic audits, but large enough to matter to people who needed money. The reporter spread the documents across his desk like pieces of a puzzle. Some payments went to foster parents. Others went to people who ran group homes for troubled teenagers. A few went to individuals whose only connection seemed to be that they had access to children who wouldn't be missed if they disappeared for a few days. He called the numbers listed on the documents. Most had been disconnected. The few people who answered claimed they had never heard of Franklin Credit Union. They spoke quickly and hung up before he could ask follow-up questions. Their voices carried the particular strain of people who had been told to forget things they once knew. In Washington, a different kind of conversation was taking place. A lobbyist mentioned Nebraska during a lunch meeting with congressional staff. He spoke about potential problems with federal funding for youth programs in the state. Nothing specific, just a heads up that certain organizations might face scrutiny in the coming months. The staff members nodded and made mental notes. They had heard similar warnings before about other states and other programs. The federal government funded thousands of youth organizations across the country. Some inevitably had problems. key was identifying issues before they became scandals that required congressional hearings and uncomfortable questions. But this warning felt different. The lobbyist seemed unusually well-informed about specific programs and specific people. He mentioned names that weren't widely known outside Nebraska political circles. He spoke about relationships between state officials and federal agencies that most lobbyists wouldn't know existed. One staff member called a contact at the Department of Health and Human Services after the meeting. They spoke in the careful language that government employees use when discussing sensitive matters. The conversation lasted less than 5 minutes, but it set other conversations in motion. Files were pulled from storage rooms in federal buildings. Phone calls were made to regional offices. Quiet inquiries began about funding streams and oversight procedures for youth programs in Nebraska. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would attract attention. Just routine administrative review of programs that happened to be connected to Franklin Credit Union. Back in Omaha, Larry King continued hosting his radio show and attending charity events. He smiled for photographs and shook hands with local dignitaries. He spoke about the importance of helping disadvantaged youth and supporting community organizations that made a difference in young lives. But something had changed in the way people looked at him. Conversations grew quieter when he entered rooms. Phone calls that once came easily now went unreturned. The network of relationships that had made him powerful began to feel fragile, like ice forming over deep water. The children in state care continued their daily routines. They attended school and completed assignments and participated in activities designed to prepare them for independent living. They had no way of knowing that their names were being discussed in offices hundreds of miles away by people they would never meet. The ordinary world was developing cracks that ran deeper than anyone wanted to admit. What had started as questions about missing money was becoming something much larger and more dangerous. The Douglas County Grand Jury met every Tuesday morning in a windowless room on the 3rd floor of the courthouse. 23 citizens who had been called to serve justice in their community. They reviewed cases that prosecutors brought before them. They listened to evidence and decided whether crimes had been committed. It was supposed to be routine work that happened behind closed doors. But this grand jury was different. These 23 people had heard testimony that kept them awake at night. They had listened to children describe things that should never happen to anyone. They had reviewed financial records that showed money flowing in directions that made no sense. They had seen photographs that prosecutors said were too sensitive to discuss in open court. The grand jury was supposed to stay silent about their work. That was the law. That was how the system protected both the innocent and the guilty until justice could run its course. But some secrets are too heavy for ordinary people to carry alone. Margaret Hoffman had lived in Omaha for 67 years. She had raised 4 children and buried a husband, and served on the school board for 2 decades. She knew how to keep her mouth shut when it mattered. But after 3 months on the grand jury, she started having conversations with her sister that danced around the edges of what she had learned. There are things happening in this city, she would say over coffee at the kitchen table. Things that involve people we all know, people we trusted. Her sister would nod and pour more coffee and wait for details that never came. But the weight in Margaret's voice said enough. At the Cattlemen's Club downtown, retired police detective Frank Morrison found himself in similar conversations with men who had worked the streets for 30 years. They spoke in code about cases that had been closed too quickly and investigations that had been handed off to federal agencies without explanation. They remembered children who had made accusations that disappeared from official reports. I always wondered about those calls we got, Morrison said one evening over bourbon and steak. Kids picked up in the middle of the night. Always the same story. Always the same people making the calls to get them released. His companions nodded. They had wondered too. But wondering and knowing were different things entirely. The grand jury members went about their daily lives in a city that felt smaller every week. They shopped at grocery stores where they recognized faces from testimony. They attended church services where they sat near people whose names had appeared in financial financial records. They drove past buildings where children had said terrible things had happened. Omaha had always been a place where people knew each other's business. Families had lived here for generations. Everyone was connected to everyone else through marriage or work or shared history. But now, those connections felt dangerous. The grand jury members realized they were looking at a web that stretched through every important institution in the city. At Gorett's steakhouse, conversations grew quieter when certain names came up. Waitresses who had worked there for 20 years noticed that regular customers stopped coming in together. Business partnerships that had lasted decades began to dissolve without explanation. The social fabric of the city was pulling apart one thread at a time. The grand jury heard testimony from children who had been in state care for years. These were kids who had learned not to trust adults, who had been moved from home to home until they stopped believing that anyone would protect them. But something about the formal setting of the courthouse, something about being asked to tell their stories under oath, had loosened their tongues. They spoke about parties in expensive houses where adults did things that children should never see. They described being driven to different cities for events they didn't understand. They named names of people who appeared regularly on the society pages of the Omaha World Herald. The grand jury members went home each Tuesday afternoon, carrying the weight of these testimonies. They cooked dinner and helped children with homework and watched television programs that seemed to come from a different world. They lived in the space between what they knew and what they could prove, between what they had heard and what they were allowed to say. Some of them started making phone calls to friends in other states. Casual conversations that mentioned they might be interested in visiting soon. Others began paying closer attention to their children's activities, asking more questions about where they went and who they spent time with. The grand jury was supposed to be the community's voice in the pursuit of justice. But these 23 people were learning that some truths are too large for any single community to handle alone. They were discovering that the network they were investigating had roots that reached far beyond the borders of Douglas County. Alisha Owen was 17 she first walked into one of those parties. She had been living in foster care for 3 years by then, moving between homes like a leaf carried by different streams. The Nebraska plains had seen children like her before, orphans and runaways and forgotten ones who disappeared into systems that promised safety but delivered something else entirely. The house where they brought her sat on a hill west of Omaha, surrounded by oak trees that had grown tall during the railroad boom. Those same trees had shaded the camps of Ponca and Omaha tribes who once followed the Missouri River through these valleys. The indigenous people had their own stories about places where the earth felt wrong, where ceremonies couldn't take root, where the spirits turned away. They knew that some locations held darkness, the way low ground holds water after heavy rain. White settlers built their first cabins in these hills during the 1850s, drawn by the promise of fertile soil and river access. They cleared the native grasses and planted corn in neat rows that stretched toward the horizon. But the land remembered what came before. Old-timers spoke of homesteads where families never stayed long, where crops failed for no reason anyone could name, where children woke screaming from dreams they couldn't describe. By the 1920s, wealthy families from Omaha began building summer homes in these same hills. They wanted space between themselves and the growing city, room for private gatherings away from curious neighbors. The houses grew larger with each decade. Stone foundations, circular driveways, windows that looked out over miles of empty farmland where no one could see what happened inside. Alisha remembered the smell of those rooms. Expensive cologne mixed with cigarette smoke, and something else she couldn't name. The adults moved through the spaces like actors in a play she didn't understand. Men in dark suits who spoke in low voices about business deals and political campaigns. Women who wore jewelry that caught the light from crystal chandeliers hanging overhead like frozen waterfalls. The parties always started the same way. Children arrived in different cars, brought by different adults who knew exactly where to park and which door to use. Some of the kids looked familiar from previous gatherings. Others appeared once and never came back. They were told to wait in a specific room while the adults finished their conversations in other parts of the house. The waiting room had thick carpet that muffled footsteps and heavy curtains that blocked the view of the driveway. Paintings of hunting scenes covered the walls. Dogs chasing foxes through painted forests. Riders on horseback following trails that disappeared into dark woods. The children sat quietly because they had learned that speaking without permission brought consequences none of them wanted to face again. When the adults were ready, they would call specific children into different rooms. Alisha learned to recognize the patterns. Certain men preferred certain types of children. Age mattered. Hair color mattered. Whether you cried or stayed silent mattered most of all. The adults had preferences the way other people preferred coffee or tea, vanilla or chocolate. Simple choices that meant everything to the children who became their selections. The houses where these gatherings took place had been built for privacy. Thick walls that absorbed sound. Basements with separate entrances. Guest rooms far from the main living areas. The architects who designed them probably never imagined how perfectly their layouts would serve these purposes decades later. But the wealthy families who commissioned the construction understood the value of spaces where business could be conducted without interruption. Alisha saw politicians she recognized from television news programs. Judges whose names appeared in newspaper articles about important court cases. Business leaders who owned the companies that employed half of Omaha. They moved through the parties like members of an exclusive club, greeting each other with familiarity that spoke of long relationships and shared experiences. The children were told they were special, chosen, lucky to be included in gatherings with such important people. The adults explained that what happened at these parties was a form of education, a way of learning how the world really worked. They said that successful people understood certain truths that ordinary families could never comprehend. Some children believed these explanations. Others knew they were lies, but pretended to accept them because pretending felt safer than resistance. Alisha fell somewhere between belief and disbelief, in that gray space where children learn to survive by becoming whatever the adults around them need them to be. The parties continued through seasons and years. Children grew older and were replaced by younger ones. Adults came and went based on election cycles and business opportunities. But the houses remained, sitting on their hills like monuments to appetites that never changed, surrounded by oak trees that had witnessed generations of secrets buried in Nebraska soil. The land held these memories the way it held everything else. Patient, silent, waiting for someone brave enough to dig deep enough to find what had been hidden there. The first FBI agent to take the Franklin case seriously was a man named Ted Gunderson. He had spent 30 years with the Bureau, working organized crime and domestic terrorism cases from coast to coast. Gunderson understood how power protected itself, how evidence disappeared when the wrong people wanted it gone. He also understood that some investigations required more courage than others. When Gunderson arrived in Omaha in the spring of 1989, he carried with him the weight of federal authority and the naive belief that truth would be enough. The local FBI office had already classified the Franklin scandal as a financial fraud case, nothing more. Credit union embezzlement, bad bookkeeping, a simple matter of following money trails and filing charges. But Gunderson had read the grand jury testimonies. He had seen the witness statements that mentioned names too important to ignore. The first thing he noticed was how quickly doors closed when he mentioned certain subjects. FBI supervisors who had been cooperative suddenly became unavailable for meetings. Case files that should have been easily accessible required special clearance that never seemed to come through. Phone calls went unreturned. Appointments were canceled without explanation. Gunderson requested the complete Franklin investigation files from the Omaha field office. He was told the files were being reviewed by Washington. When he asked for copies, he was informed that copies were not available due to the ongoing nature of the investigation. When he pointed out that the investigation had been officially closed, he was told that certain aspects remained under review by other agencies. The pattern became clear within weeks. Every document that might connect Larry King's financial crimes to the allegations of child abuse had been removed from the active case files. Witness statements that mentioned parties at specific addresses were missing. Photographs that had been cataloged as evidence could not be located. Interview transcripts existed in summary form only, with the original recordings classified as lost or damaged. Gunderson had worked enough high-profile cases to recognize a cover-up when he saw one. But this felt different, more systematic, more complete. Someone with significant authority had decided that certain aspects of the Franklin case would never see daylight, and they had the power to make that decision stick. He began keeping his own files, storing copies of documents in locations outside the official FBI system. He interviewed witnesses who had been deemed unreliable by other investigators. He followed money trails that led to accounts in banks that claimed no knowledge of Larry King or his associates. Every lead that seemed promising eventually hit a wall of missing records or uncooperative sources. The children who had testified to the grand jury were particularly difficult to locate. Some had been moved to foster homes in other states. Others had been placed in psychiatric facilities for treatment of what officials called delusional disorders. The few he managed to interview told stories that matched each other in disturbing detail. But their credibility had been systematically destroyed by reports that labeled them as troubled youth with histories of lying and attention-seeking behavior. Gunderson discovered that other federal agencies had been involved in aspects of the Franklin investigation. The Secret Service had conducted interviews related to threats against public officials. The Treasury Department had reviewed financial records connected to money laundering allegations. The Immigration and Naturalization Service had investigated claims about the transportation of minors across state lines. But none of these agencies would share their findings with him, citing jurisdictional boundaries and classification requirements. The most frustrating aspect of the investigation was how evidence seemed to vanish just as it became useful. A photographer who claimed to have pictures from parties at specific locations would suddenly deny ever taking such photographs. A witness who had provided detailed testimony would recant their statements, claiming they had been confused or mistaken. Documents that had been referenced in earlier reports could no longer be found in any filing system. Gunderson began to understand that he was not investigating a crime so much as investigating the investigation itself. Someone had decided that the Franklin case would be contained, minimized, and eventually forgotten. The machinery of that containment was more sophisticated than anything he had encountered in 3 decades of federal law enforcement. The files that kept disappearing told their own story. They revealed the shape of what was being hidden by the very fact of their absence. Like shadows cast by objects too dangerous to look at directly, the missing evidence outlined a conspiracy that reached far beyond Nebraska, far beyond the simple corruption of a credit union manager who had stolen money to fund a lifestyle he could not otherwise afford. Gunderson realized he was not just fighting criminals. He was fighting the system designed to catch them. A system that had been turned against itself to protect secrets that someone considered more valuable than justice. The investigation had become a maze where every path led back to the same locked door, and no one seemed to have the key. The phone calls started coming to Senator Loran Schmidt's office in the spring of 1989. Quiet voices, careful words, people who said they had information about the Franklin investigation, but were afraid to speak publicly. Schmidt had chaired the legislative committee looking into the credit union collapse, and somehow word had spread that he might listen to stories other officials preferred not to hear. The first caller was a woman from Omaha. Her voice shook as she described parties she had attended years earlier. Rich men, she said, important men, children who looked too young to be there. She hung up before giving her name. Schmidt stared at the phone for a long time after the dial tone began. More calls followed. A former foster child who claimed he had been taken to gatherings in expensive homes. A social worker who said she had tried to report suspicious activities, but was told to focus on other cases. A photographer who insisted he had taken pictures at events that powerful people wanted forgotten. Each caller shared fragments of the same impossible story. Each caller seemed genuinely terrified. Schmidt had been in politics long enough to recognize the difference between attention seekers and people telling the truth. These voices carried the weight of real fear. They described details that matched each other in ways that seemed too specific to be coincidental. Names surfaced repeatedly. Addresses, dates. The callers did not sound like they were making things up, but the stories they told stretched belief. They spoke of a network that reached from Boys Town to the state capitol. They described ceremonies that sounded more like nightmares than real events. They claimed that some of Nebraska's most respected citizens were involved in activities that would destroy careers and lives if proven true. Schmidt began keeping notes. He locked them in his desk drawer each night. The calls kept coming, and the pattern became clearer. The same powerful names appeared in multiple accounts. The same locations. The same time periods. Either Nebraska was experiencing an epidemic of coordinated false accusations, or something genuinely dark was hiding beneath the surface of respectable society. The senator found himself in an impossible position. The allegations were too serious to ignore, but too explosive to pursue without absolute proof. He was being asked to investigate people who could end his political career with a phone call. He was being asked to believe that the very institutions meant to protect children were being used to exploit them. One evening, Schmidt received a call from someone who claimed to be a federal agent. The voice was professional, calm. The message was simple. The Franklin investigation was being handled at the appropriate level. State legislators should focus on state matters. The implication was clear without being stated directly. Some doors were not meant to be opened by local officials. Schmidt hung up and sat in his empty office as darkness settled over Lincoln. The building was quiet around him. Security guards made their rounds in distant hallways. He thought about the voices that had called him, the fear he had heard, the details that seemed too specific to dismiss. He thought about the federal agent's polite warning and what it might mean for his future in politics. The next morning brought another call. This time, the voice belonged to someone Schmidt recognized, a colleague in the legislature, someone he had worked with for years. The conversation was brief and friendly. "Just checking in," the colleague said, making sure everything was going well with the Franklin committee work, hoping there wouldn't be any unnecessary complications, the kind of complications that could hurt everyone involved. After that call, Schmidt understood that he was not just receiving information about a conspiracy. He was being drawn into one. The very act of listening to the witnesses had made him a participant in something larger than he had imagined. The phone calls were not just reports of past crimes. They were tests of his willingness to stay quiet about ongoing secrets. The witnesses kept calling anyway. Their voices grew more desperate as weeks passed. They spoke of friends who had stopped returning calls, of social workers who had been transferred to different departments, of police officers who had been reassigned to new beats. The people who had tried to speak up were disappearing from positions where they might cause trouble. Schmidt realized that the witnesses were not just telling him what they had seen. They were asking him to be their voice, to carry their stories to places where they could not go themselves. They were asking him to risk everything they had already lost. The phone calls had become confessions, and confessions required someone willing to grant absolution or demand justice. The senator kept taking notes. He kept locking them in his desk drawer each night. But he began to understand that the real question was not whether the stories were true. The real question was what would happen to him if he tried to prove they were. The phone calls led Schmidt to a name that kept appearing in witness statements. Russell Nelson, a photographer who worked the party circuit in Omaha during the 1980s. The kind of man who showed up at political fundraisers and charity galas with expensive cameras and a quiet smile. Nelson had photographed the powerful for years. State senators shaking hands with donors, business leaders cutting ribbons at new developments. The social pages of newspapers were filled with his work. Clean images of clean people doing clean things for the public record. But Nelson had taken other pictures too. Pictures that never appeared in newspapers. Pictures that lived in private collections and safe deposit boxes. Pictures that certain people paid very well to keep private. The witnesses described Nelson as a man who understood the value of being in the right place at the right time. He knew which parties to attend and which parties to avoid. He knew when to raise his camera and when to keep it lowered. Most importantly, he knew the difference between pictures that could be sold once and pictures that could be sold forever. Nelson had photographed Larry King's parties at the Twin Towers, the same parties where young people from Boys Town had served drinks and cleaned ashtrays. The same parties where state legislators had mingled with business leaders and federal officials. The same parties where things happened that powerful men preferred to forget by morning. Some of Nelson's photographs showed exactly what you would expect from such gatherings. Politicians in expensive suits talking to donors in expensive jewelry. Glasses of champagne catching the light from crystal chandeliers. The kind of images that belonged in campaign brochures and society magazines. Other photographs showed different scenes entirely. Young faces that looked too tired for their age. Adults whose hands rested in places where hands should not rest. Moments captured when the subjects thought no cameras were watching. Nelson understood that both types of photographs had value. The clean pictures earned him a living. The other pictures earned him something more valuable than money. They earned him protection and influence in a world where both commodities were more precious than gold. The photographer had developed a system over the years. He would arrive at parties early and stay late. He would take the official pictures first, the ones that hosts expected and guests welcomed. Then he would wait for the evening to progress, for inhibitions to lower and guards to drop, for the real party to begin. Nelson carried multiple cameras to these events. One camera held film that would be developed at a professional lab downtown. Those pictures would appear in newspapers and magazines within days. The other camera held film that Nelson developed himself in a dark room he had built in his basement. Those pictures never saw daylight unless someone paid handsomely for the privilege. The witnesses told Schmidt that Nelson had photographed children at adult parties, not just serving drinks or clearing tables, but participating in activities that no child should witness, much less experience. The photographer had captured images of state officials and federal agents in compromising positions with with minors who had been brought from Boys Town and other institutions. These photographs served multiple purposes in Nelson's business model. They could be sold to collectors who paid premium prices for such material. They could be used to ensure the silence of subjects who might otherwise cause problems. Most importantly, they provided insurance against anyone who might threaten Nelson's operation. The photographer had built relationships with people in law enforcement who made sure his activities remained undisturbed. He had connections with judges who ensured that any legal troubles disappeared quickly. He had friends in the media who made certain that his name never appeared in unflattering stories. Nelson's photographs had become a form of currency in Omaha's underground economy. They were traded between powerful men who used them to maintain control over each other. A judge might receive pictures of a rival politician. A police chief might acquire images of a troublesome prosecutor. The photographs created a web of mutual blackmail that kept everyone quiet and everyone safe. But Nelson had made one critical error in his careful system. He had kept copies of everything. Every photograph he had ever taken lived in filing cabinets in his basement darkroom. He had organized them by date and subject, creating an archive of compromising material that spanned decades of Omaha's secret history. The witnesses knew about Nelson's archive because some of them had been forced to pose for pictures that ended up in his collection. They had watched him work at parties, seen him develop film in his basement, observed him organizing photographs into files that he kept locked in metal cabinets. They told Schmidt that Nelson's basement contained evidence of crimes involving dozens of prominent citizens. Pictures that could destroy careers and send people to prison. Images that proved the Franklin Credit Union scandal was just the visible tip of something much larger and more organized. The first newspaper editor who received copies of the photographs threw them in his office, safe, and never spoke about them again. The second editor called the police chief before he finished looking through the first envelope. The third editor, a woman who had spent 20 years covering City Hall corruption, locked her office door and studied every image with a magnifying glass. Then she walked to her car, drove home, and submitted her resignation the next morning. This was how the press learned to look away in Omaha. Not through threats or bribes, but through a simple understanding of what certain kinds of knowledge could cost. The photographs that witnesses claimed existed in Nelson's basement archive represented more than evidence of individual crimes. They were a map of power in Nebraska, showing exactly who controlled what and how they maintained that control. Every image connected to other images, creating a web of relationships that stretched from Omaha's business district to the state capitol in Lincoln. Gary Schmidt understood this when he began receiving anonymous packages in his mailbox. Someone was feeding him information about the photograph collection, describing specific images and naming the people who appeared in them. The source never identified themselves, but they knew details that only someone with direct access to Nelson's files could know. The packages contained photocopied pages that appeared to be inventory lists, names, dates, and brief descriptions of photograph contents. A state senator at a private party in 1987, a federal judge in a compromising position with someone who looked very young, a police captain accepting an envelope from a known drug dealer. The lists went on for pages, documenting years of carefully recorded moments. Schmidt brought these materials to editors at newspapers across the region. He expected them to investigate, to demand answers, to pursue the story with the same intensity they brought to political scandals and corporate fraud. Instead, he watched them retreat into careful silence. The editor at the Omaha World Herald listened to Schmidt's presentation, examined the photocopied lists, and asked thoughtful questions about the witnesses and their credibility. He took notes, promised to look into the matter, and assigned a reporter to follow up. 3 days later, the reporter called Schmidt to say the story had been killed by management. No explanation was offered. The editor at the Lincoln Journal-Star showed more interest initially. She met with Schmidt twice, interviewed one of the witnesses by phone, and began researching the names on the inventory lists. Her investigation lasted 2 weeks before she received a call from the newspaper's owner. The story was too sensitive for a local paper to handle properly. She was told it needed to be investigated by federal authorities, not journalists. Television news directors responded with similar caution. They would listen to Schmidt's presentation, express concern about the allegations, and promise to consider the story carefully. Then they would cite concerns about libel laws, the need for more concrete evidence, and the difficulty of verifying witness testimony. The story was always too complex, too dangerous, or too unsubstantiated to pursue. But the real reason the press looked away had nothing to do with journalistic standards or legal concerns. The inventory lists contained names of people who owned newspapers, funded television stations, and served on the boards of media companies. The photographs didn't just document crimes. They documented the relationships between the people who committed those crimes and the people who decided what stories got told in Nebraska. A newspaper editor couldn't investigate a story that implicated his own publisher. A television news director couldn't pursue allegations against the businessman who funded his station's expansion. A radio journalist couldn't report on corruption that involved his station's major advertisers. The web of relationships that the photographs documented was the same web that controlled information flow in the state. This created a perfect circle of silence. The people with the power to expose the truth were the same people who had reasons to keep it hidden, not because they were necessarily involved in the crimes themselves, but because they were connected to the system that protected the criminals. Some journalists tried to work around these constraints. They pitched stories to national publications, contacted reporters in other states, and reached out to federal investigators. But national media outlets showed little interest in a complex story from Nebraska involving people they had never heard of. Federal investigators listened politely and filed reports that disappeared into bureaucratic channels. The press didn't learn to look away through any single dramatic moment. They learned through a gradual understanding that certain stories couldn't be told without destroying the very institutions that employed them. The truth became something too expensive to pursue, too dangerous to publish, and too complicated to explain. In the end, the most powerful form of censorship wasn't government suppression or corporate pressure. It was the simple recognition that some secrets were too big to reveal without bringing down the entire system that made journalism possible in Nebraska. Paul Bonacci sat in the therapist's office on a Tuesday afternoon in March 1990. The room smelled like vanilla candles and old carpet. Sunlight filtered through Venetian blinds, casting thin lines across the beige walls. He had been coming here for months, trying to piece together fragments of memory that felt like broken glass in his mind. Dr. Beverly Mead watched him carefully. She had worked with trauma victims before, but Paul's case troubled her in ways she couldn't quite name. The young man spoke in careful, measured sentences about things that seemed impossible. His memories came in flashes, like photographs scattered on a dark floor. Paul closed his eyes and let his mind drift backward. The memories always started the same way. A car ride through Omaha streets at night. The city lights blurred past the windows like fallen stars. He was 14 years old, scared, and trying not to show it. The car stopped at a house in West Omaha. Not the kind of house you'd expect for the things Paul remembered. It looked normal from the outside. White siding, black shutters, a small front porch with 2 chairs. The kind of place where families lived quiet lives and mowed their lawns on Saturday mornings. But inside, the house transformed into something else entirely. The basement had been converted into rooms that served purposes Paul's young mind couldn't fully understand at the time. There were cameras on tripods, professional lighting equipment, and furniture arranged in ways that made no sense for a family home. Paul remembered the adults at these gatherings. Men in expensive suits who spoke in low voices about politics and business. Women who smiled too much and asked questions that felt like tests. Everyone seemed to know each other, like members of a club that met regularly to discuss things that couldn't be discussed anywhere else. The impossible detail came later in the session, when Paul's memory reached deeper into that night. He described being taken to another location, this one much farther from Omaha. The car ride lasted hours through countryside that looked like every other stretch of Nebraska farmland. Cornfields stretched to the horizon under a sky full of stars. They arrived at what Paul described as a compound. Not a single building, but several structures connected by covered walkways. The place felt military in its organization, with guards at checkpoints and vehicles parked in precise rows. Everything was clean, orderly, and completely isolated from the outside world. Paul remembered being led into a large room filled with other children, boys and girls ranging in age from perhaps 10 to 16. They sat quietly in metal folding chairs, their faces blank with the kind of emptiness that comes from seeing too much. None of them spoke to each other. They had learned that silence was safer than words. The detail that shouldn't be possible came next. Paul described being taken to a smaller room where he met a man he recognized from television. Not a local politician or businessman, but someone whose face appeared regularly on national news broadcasts. Someone whose presence in a remote Nebraska compound made no logical sense. The man spoke to Paul briefly, asking questions about his family, his school, his friends. The conversation felt like an interview, as if Paul were being evaluated for something he didn't understand. The man took notes in a small leather notebook, writing in careful script that Paul couldn't read from his position across the room. Paul remembered other details from that night. The sound of helicopters landing and taking off from a field behind the compound. The sight of men in military uniforms who carried themselves like soldiers, but wore no identifying patches or insignia. The feeling that he had stumbled into a world that existed parallel to the one he knew, operating by rules he couldn't comprehend. Dr. Mead listened to these memories with growing unease. She had worked with children who invented elaborate fantasies to cope with trauma, but Paul's descriptions contained details that felt too specific, too consistent, and too strange to be simple fabrications. His body language suggested he was reliving experiences rather than creating them. The session ended with Paul describing the return trip to Omaha. He remembered falling asleep in the car and waking up in his own bed the next morning, unsure whether the entire experience had been real or imagined. for years afterward, he convinced himself it must have been a dream. The alternative was too frightening to consider. But sitting in Dr. Mead's office, with sunlight fading outside the windows, Paul knew the memories were real. They carried the weight of lived experience, the kind of detail that dreams rarely possess. The vanilla candles couldn't mask the smell of fear that still clung to those recollections like smoke from a fire that never quite went out. The impossible detail remained impossible, but that didn't make it untrue. Not everyone believed Paul Bonacci's story. The skeptics had good reasons to doubt. They pointed to his troubled past, his history of mental illness, his time in psychiatric facilities. They noted how recovered memories could be unreliable, how therapists might accidentally plant suggestions in vulnerable minds. The human brain, they argued, was capable of creating vivid false memories that felt completely real to the person experiencing them. Dr. Ralph Underwager was one of the most vocal critics, a psychologist who specialized in false memory cases. He had seen dozens of situations where well-meaning therapists had helped patients recover memories of abuse that never happened. The techniques used were often the same: hypnosis, guided imagery, leading questions that assumed abuse had occurred. In Dr. Underwager's view, the Franklin case showed all the classic signs of a false memory epidemic. The timing bothered skeptics too. Paul's detailed memories of Washington emerged years after the alleged events. During therapy sessions focused on childhood trauma, memory researchers knew that the passage of time could distort recollections, especially traumatic ones. The mind had ways of protecting itself, sometimes by forgetting, sometimes by creating alternate versions of events that felt safer to remember. Then there was the matter of corroboration. Paul claimed to have been taken to parties attended by powerful politicians and businessmen, but no physical evidence supported these claims. No photographs surfaced. No other witnesses came forward with matching stories. The parties Paul described would have required extensive planning, multiple participants, and careful coordination. Yet, they left no trace in the historical record. The skeptics also questioned the logistics. How could children be transported from Nebraska to Washington without anyone noticing? How could high-profile politicians risk attending such gatherings? The security concerns alone seemed insurmountable. Secret Service details, staff members, and media attention made it nearly impossible for public figures to disappear for private parties involving criminal activity. Some critics focused on Paul's credibility as a witness. His criminal record included charges for fraud and theft. He had been diagnosed with multiple personality disorder, a condition that some psychologists viewed with suspicion. His stories changed over time, with new details emerging during different therapy sessions. These inconsistencies suggested that his memories might be unreliable or deliberately fabricated. The media coverage added another layer of doubt. Sensational stories about satanic ritual abuse were common in the 1980s and early 1990s. Television talk shows featured dramatic testimonies from alleged survivors. Books about recovered memories became bestsellers. Critics argued that Paul's story fit too neatly into this cultural moment, borrowing elements from popular narratives about organized abuse rings. Legal experts pointed to the lack of successful prosecutions, despite extensive investigations by multiple agencies. No one was convicted of the crimes Paul described. Grand juries found insufficient evidence to support the allegations. Federal investigators concluded that the stories were unfounded. The absence of legal consequences suggested that the claims were false or unprovable. But the skeptics couldn't explain everything. They struggled with certain details that seemed too specific to be fabricated. Paul's descriptions of Washington locations were accurate, even though he had limited opportunities to visit the city. His knowledge of political figures and their associates went beyond what someone might learn from newspapers or television. The skeptics also had difficulty accounting for Johnny Gosch. On September 5, 1982, 12-year-old Johnny disappeared while delivering newspapers in West Des Moines, Iowa. His case became one of the most publicized missing child investigations in American history. Johnny's mother, Noreen, never stopped searching for her son. She received anonymous phone calls, cryptic letters, and visits from people claiming to have information about Johnny's fate. In 1999, Paul Bonacci told investigators that he had been present when Johnny was kidnapped. He provided details about the abduction that had never been made public. He described Johnny's appearance, his clothing, and his reaction to being taken. He claimed that Johnny had been forced into the same network of abuse that had trapped him. The connection to Johnny Gosch gave Paul's story a different weight. Johnny was a real child who had really disappeared. His case had been investigated by legitimate law enforcement agencies. The FBI had files. The media had covered the story extensively. If Paul was fabricating his memories, how did he know details about Johnny that weren't in the public record? Noreen Gosch believed Paul's account. She had spent decades investigating her son's disappearance, following leads that law enforcement had abandoned. She had collected evidence that suggested Johnny's kidnapping was connected to a larger network. When she heard Paul's story, it matched information she had gathered from other sources. The skeptics found themselves in an uncomfortable position. They could explain away most of Paul's claims as false memories or deliberate lies, but they couldn't explain how he knew about Johnny Gosch. They couldn't account for the specific details that proved accurate. The gap in their logic created space for doubt, even among those who wanted to dismiss the entire story. The vanilla candles in Dr. Lowe's office cast long shadows across his desk when Judge William Hoyt walked through the door. The vanilla scent mixed with the smell of old leather and case files that never seemed to close. Judge Hoyt had presided over Douglas County for 15 years. He had seen custody battles that tore families apart and criminal cases that revealed the worst of human nature. But nothing had prepared him for what he was about to hear. The Franklin case had landed on his docket like a stone thrown through still water. The ripples spread in directions he couldn't predict. At first, it seemed straightforward enough. Child custody disputes, allegations of abuse, the kind of messy family drama that filled his courtroom every week. But as the testimony began, The details painted a picture that stretched far beyond Nebraska's borders. Alisha Owen sat in the witness chair with her hands folded in her lap. She spoke in a clear, steady voice about parties in expensive homes, about men in suits who flew in from Washington, about photographs and videotapes that captured things no child should ever see. Her testimony was specific. She named dates and locations. She described rooms and faces with the kind of detail that comes from memory, not imagination. Judge Hoyt listened with the careful attention he had learned over decades on the bench. He watched for the tells that revealed when witnesses were lying. The shifting eyes, the hesitant pauses, the stories that changed with each telling. Alisha Owen showed none of these signs. She answered questions directly. She admitted when she couldn't remember something. She never embellished or added dramatic flourishes to make her story more compelling. The judge had heard thousands of witnesses over the years. He had developed an instinct for truth that served him well in the courtroom. When Alisha Owen spoke, that instinct told him she was telling the truth. The problem was that her truth implicated some of the most powerful people in the state. Her truth suggested a conspiracy that reached into the highest levels of government. Her truth was the kind that could destroy careers and topple institutions. Other witnesses followed Alisha to the stand. Paul Bonacci described the same parties, the same faces, the same systematic abuse. His testimony corroborated details that Alisha had provided. The consistency between their accounts was remarkable. They described events from different perspectives, but the core elements never changed. The locations matched. The time frames aligned. The cast of characters remained constant. Judge Hoyt found himself in an impossible position. The evidence suggested that serious crimes had been committed against children. The testimony was credible and consistent, but the implications were staggering. If these witnesses were telling the truth, then law enforcement agencies had failed to protect vulnerable children. If they were telling the truth, then powerful people had used their positions to exploit the innocent. If they were telling the truth, then the system itself was corrupt. The pressure began almost immediately. Phone calls came from Omaha and Lincoln. Colleagues suggested that the judge was being manipulated by attention-seeking witnesses. Editorial writers questioned his judgment. Legal experts wondered aloud whether he was out of his depth. The message was clear. This case was too big, too complicated, too dangerous for a county judge to handle. But Judge Hoyt had taken an oath to uphold justice without fear or favor. He had promised to protect the innocent and punish the guilty. The children who testified in his courtroom deserved to be heard. Their stories deserved to be investigated. The truth, whatever it might be, deserved to see the light of day. He ordered additional investigations. He demanded that law enforcement agencies provide complete files on related cases. He insisted that federal authorities cooperate with local prosecutors. His questions grew more pointed. His demands became more specific. He pushed against the boundaries that others wanted to establish around the case. The response was swift and decisive. Higher courts intervened. Jurisdictional questions arose. The case was moved, divided, and scattered across different agencies and different judges. The comprehensive investigation that Judge Hoyt had ordered was broken into smaller pieces that could be more easily controlled. The witnesses who had testified so clearly in his courtroom found themselves facing perjury charges in other venues. Judge Hoyt watched his authority erode with each passing week. The case that had seemed so important was being systematically dismantled. The children who had trusted the system to protect them were being labeled as liars and criminals. The truth that had seemed so clear in his courtroom was being rewritten by people who had never heard the testimony firsthand. Years later, Judge Hoyt would reflect on those months with a mixture of pride and regret. He had done what he believed was right. He had listened to the children and taken their testimony seriously. He had asked the hard questions that needed to be asked. But he had also learned that some truths are too dangerous to pursue, even in a courtroom where justice is supposed to be blind. The phone calls started coming in the middle of the night. Judge Hoyt would remember them years later, the way they cut through the silence of his farmhouse like a blade through cloth. The voice on the other end was always polite, always professional. always from Washington. The conversations were brief and coded. Questions about jurisdiction, concerns about federal oversight, suggestions that perhaps the case had grown beyond the scope of a county court. The caller never threatened, never raised their voice, but the message was clear as morning frost on winter grass. Nebraska was a long way from the marble halls of the Capitol, but distance meant nothing when power decided to reach across the plains. The same wind that carried wheat pollen from field to field now carried whispers from offices with no windows and names on no directories. The landscape around Omaha seemed to hold its breath during those weeks. The Missouri River ran darker than usual, thick with spring runoff that carried more than mud and debris. Farmers working fields near the city limits found their cattle gathering at the far edges of pastures, as if something in the air made them nervous. The trees along the riverbank grew strange that year. Their branches twisted in directions that made no sense, reaching away from the water instead of toward it. Old-timers who had worked these lands for generations shook their heads and muttered about soil that had gone sour. Even the birds seemed to know something was wrong. The crows that usually gathered in the cornfields stayed away from certain areas. They would circle overhead, calling to each other in harsh voices, but they would not land. Local children walking to school noticed how quiet the mornings had become. The federal agents who arrived in town drove cars with plates from Virginia and Maryland. They stayed in hotels near the airport and ate at restaurants where they could sit with their backs to walls. They asked questions about local politics and took notes in small leather books that disappeared into jacket pockets. These men moved through Omaha like shadows cast by a sun that was setting somewhere else. They met with prosecutors in conference rooms with no windows. They reviewed files that had been sealed by courts in distant cities. They made phone calls on secure lines that connected to numbers that rang in buildings most Americans would never see. The pressure was subtle but constant, like the weight of storm clouds building on the horizon. Local officials found themselves invited to conferences in Washington. Judges received calls from colleagues they had not spoken to in years. prosecutors discovered that their cases were being reviewed by departments they had never heard of. The children who had testified so bravely in Judge Hoyt's courtroom began to feel the ground shifting beneath their feet. Their stories, which had seemed so important just weeks before, were now being questioned by investigators who had not been in the room when they spoke. Their memories, which had been treated as evidence, were now being dismissed as fantasy. The foster homes where some of these children lived received visits from social workers with new credentials and different priorities. The therapists who had helped them find their voices were suddenly facing questions about their methods and their motives. The support system that had encouraged them to speak was being systematically dismantled. The Nebraska soil that had witnessed so much pain seemed to absorb the weight of this new betrayal. Fields that should have been green with spring growth remained brown and barren. Wells that had run clear for decades began producing water that tasted of metal and fear. The wind that swept across the plains carried more than the usual scents of grass and grain. It carried the whispers of phone calls made in the dark. It carried the weight of decisions made in rooms where Nebraska was just a name on a map, a problem to be managed from a distance. Judge Hoyt felt the change in his bones, the way farmers feel, whether coming long before clouds appear on the horizon. The case that had seemed so clear in his courtroom was being transformed into something else entirely. The truth that had emerged from the testimony of frightened children was being buried under layers of procedure and protocol. The landscape around Omaha would remember these weeks long after the federal agents returned to their offices in Virginia and Maryland. The trees would continue to grow in twisted directions. The cattle would still gather at the edges of fields, nervous and watchful. The crows would still avoid certain places, as if the ground itself held memories too dark to disturb. The phone calls from Washington would eventually stop, but the silence they left behind was heavier than any words had ever been. The silence that settled over Nebraska wasn't unique. Across America, in different decades and different towns, the same pattern had played out like a song everyone knew, but no one wanted to sing. The The witnesses who spoke too loudly always seemed to find reasons to speak more quietly. The investigators who dug too deep always seemed to discover they had been digging in the wrong place all along. In the 1950s, a social worker in California had documented similar stories from children in state care. She had filed reports that climbed through layers of bureaucracy like smoke through a chimney. The reports reached certain desks in Sacramento and then seemed to vanish, as if the paper itself had decided to dissolve. Years later, the social worker would tell friends she must have been mistaken. The children must have been confused. Memory was such a fragile thing, especially in the young. The pattern stretched back even further. In the 1930s, a journalist in Chicago had followed a trail of missing children from the South Side. His articles appeared in smaller papers, the kind that served neighborhoods where people read by lamplight and trusted their neighbors more than their government. The journalist wrote about parties in mansions on the North Shore, about men who collected children the way others collected art. His editor received visits from men in expensive suits who spoke quietly about libel laws and the dangers of printing unsubstantiated claims. The articles stopped appearing. The journalist found work writing about sports and weather. By the 1980s, the same story was surfacing in places as different as Manhattan Beach and McMartin Preschool. Children spoke of underground tunnels and secret rooms. They drew pictures of things that made their teachers uncomfortable. Parents demanded investigations. Grand juries were convened. Evidence was gathered with the careful precision of archaeologists uncovering ancient cities. But something always happened to the evidence. Witnesses developed sudden doubts about what they had seen. Prosecutors discovered flaws in their cases that seemed obvious in hindsight. Juries found themselves unable to believe stories that sounded too strange, too organized, too impossible to hide. The children who had spoken with such clarity began to stammer and contradict themselves. Their parents started to wonder if they had pushed too hard, asked too many leading questions. In Franklin County, the same transformation was taking place. Alisha Owen, who had testified with such conviction about the parties she had attended, began to receive visits from people who wanted to help her remember things more clearly. They were kind people, patient people, who explained how memory could play tricks, how trauma could create false images that seemed as real as actual experiences. Paul Bonacci found himself in similar conversations. The details he had provided about specific locations and specific people were being examined under microscopes of doubt. Experts in memory and suggestion appeared to explain how the mind could construct elaborate fantasies from fragments of real experience. The boy who had seemed so certain began to sound less certain. His voice, which had carried such weight in Judge Hoyt's courtroom, began to waver like a radio signal fading in and out of range. Troy Boner discovered that his original testimony had been given under tremendous stress. Counselors helped him understand how pressure from investigators might have led him to say things he didn't really mean. The relief he felt when he recanted was genuine. The burden of carrying such terrible accusations had been crushing him. Now he could breathe again. Now he could sleep without nightmares about men in expensive suits who knew his name. The other children who had spoken to the grand jury found themselves in similar situations. One by one, they began to remember things differently. The parties they had described became confused dreams. The faces they had identified became uncertain shadows. The specific details that had made their stories so compelling became the very reasons to doubt them. How could children remember such things so clearly? How could they describe places they had never been and people they had never met? The pattern was as old as power itself. In every generation, in every corner of America, the same story played out with different actors, but identical scripts. Children spoke truth that adults found too dangerous to hear. Investigators uncovered evidence that disappeared like morning fog. Witnesses changed their stories as naturally as seasons changed, as if forgetting was simply part of the natural order. The men who attended those parties in Omaha, if such parties had ever existed, understood this pattern better than anyone. They had seen it work in other cities, other states, other decades. They knew that truth was like water, always finding the easiest path downhill. And the easiest path was always away from the powerful and toward the powerless. The children who had spoken so bravely were learning what children had learned in Chicago and California and countless other places. Sometimes the truth was too heavy for the world to carry. The transformation happened so quickly that even the investigators felt dizzy watching it unfold. One morning, the Franklin Credit Union scandal was a complex web of financial crimes that reached into the highest levels of Nebraska politics. By evening, it had become something else entirely. A hoax, a fantasy, a collection of false memories planted in the minds of troubled children. The evidence that had seemed so solid began to crumble like old paper in the rain. The photographs that Paul Bonacci had described in such vivid detail were never found. The hotel records that should have shown who attended those parties had been routinely destroyed years earlier. The financial documents that traced money from the credit union to various political campaigns were dismissed as normal business transactions. But some artifacts survived the great forgetting. They sat in file cabinets and evidence rooms like stubborn ghosts, refusing to disappear completely. A single photograph from a political fundraiser showed Larry King standing next to a senator whose name had appeared in Paul Bonacci's testimony. The men were smiling, their arms around each other's shoulders like old friends. In the background, barely visible, stood a young man who looked remarkably like one of the missing boys from the milk cartons. The photograph proved nothing, of course. Politicians took thousands of pictures with thousands of people. The young man in the background could have been anyone. A waiter, a volunteer, a son of a donor. But the image lingered in the minds of those who saw it, like a song you can't quite remember, but can't quite forget. A receipt from a Washington hotel, dated 3 years earlier, showed charges for a suite and catering for 12 people. The bill was paid by a company that traced back to Lawrence King's business empire. The date matched exactly with Paul Bonacci's description of a trip to the Capitol. The receipt listed champagne and expensive food, but also something odd. A charge for what appeared to be photography services. The hotel had no record of what kind of photography. The company that provided the service had gone out of business. The receipt was just a piece of paper with numbers on it, meaningless without context. But it existed. It had survived when so many other documents had vanished into the administrative void that swallows inconvenient evidence. A letter from a social worker in California mentioned a boy who had been found wandering near a truck stop, claiming he had been brought there from Nebraska. The letter was brief, clinical, filed away in a case that was closed when the boy was returned to foster care. The social worker noted that the child spoke about parties and important men, but dismissed these as fantasies common among traumatized children. The letter was dated 2 weeks before Paul Bonacci first spoke to investigators in Omaha. The boy described the same house, the same basement room, the same faces that Paul would later describe in such detail. But the letter was buried in a file in Los Angeles, thousands of miles from Nebraska. No one connected the stories until years later, when a researcher stumbled across the document while looking for something else entirely. A credit card statement showed charges at a restaurant in Washington on the same night that Alisha Owen claimed to have attended a party there. The card belonged to a man whose name appeared on the guest list of a political fundraiser held the following evening. The charges were for dinner for 6 people, expensive wine, and a private dining room. The statement proved that someone had eaten dinner. Nothing more. But the timing was precise, the location exact, the details matching testimony that had been dismissed as impossible fantasy. The paper trail was thin as spider silk, but it existed. These fragments told no complete story. They were like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle scattered across different rooms, different states, different years. Each piece was small, insignificant on its own. A photograph, a receipt, a letter, a credit card statement. The kind of ordinary documents that accumulate in any life, any business, any investigation. But together, they formed a pattern. Not proof, but something harder to dismiss than mere testimony. Physical evidence that someone had been somewhere, had done something, had spent money, and left traces in the bureaucratic systems that track modern life. The investigators who found these artifacts faced a choice. They could see them as coincidences, as the random debris that accumulates around any major scandal. Or they could see them as breadcrumbs leading deeper into a forest that most people preferred to believe didn't exist. The choice they made would determine not just how the Franklin scandal was remembered, but whether it was remembered at all. In America, the line between conspiracy and hoax was often drawn not by evidence, but by those with the power to hold the pen. The documentary crew arrived in Omaha in the spring of 1994. They came with cameras and questions, following leads that most journalists had abandoned. The Discovery Channel had commissioned them to investigate the Franklin scandal. What they found would never see the light of day. Yorkshire Television, a British production company, spent months interviewing witnesses. They talked to Alisha Owen in her prison cell. They sat across from Paul Bonacci as he described parties in Washington. They filmed empty buildings where the credit union once operated. The cameras rolled for hours, capturing testimony that painted a picture too dark for American television. The documentary was called Conspiracy of Silence. It was scheduled to air on May 3rd, 1994. The Discovery Channel had promoted it in their programming guides. TV listings across the country showed the time slot. Then, without explanation, the show vanished. Someone had bought the rights to the documentary. The price was rumored to be $500,000. Every copy was supposed to be destroyed. The film disappeared like smoke, as if it had never existed. But in 1995, a rough cut surfaced. Someone had kept a copy hidden away. The bootleg version spread through underground networks. VHS tapes passed from hand to hand. Later, the internet would carry it further. People watched it in basement rec rooms and late-night gatherings. They saw the interviews that mainstream America never would. The documentary showed Gary Caradori's investigation. His plane had crashed in Illinois, killing him and his 8-year-old son. The film suggested his death was no accident. It showed photographs that Caradori had collected, images too disturbing to broadcast, but real enough to matter. John DeCamp appeared on camera, holding up documents and photographs. His law practice had been built on defending the forgotten. Now, he was defending a story that powerful people wanted forgotten. He spoke about clients who had been threatened, witnesses who had disappeared, evidence that had been destroyed. The film interviewed former FBI agent Ted Gunderson. He had spent decades investigating cases that other agents avoided. Child trafficking rings, satanic ritual abuse, the dark corners where official investigations feared to go. He spoke about the Franklin case like a man who had seen too much to doubt what others dismissed. Alisha Owen sat in her prison uniform, speaking calmly about parties she claimed to have attended. She described faces she recognized from television news, politicians and businessmen whose names carried weight in Washington. Her voice was steady, matter-of-fact. She spoke like someone who had nothing left to lose. Paul Bonacci's interview was harder to watch. He described abuse that began when he was a child. Foster homes that weren't safe. Adults who traded children like commodities. His words came slowly, carefully, as if each memory was a weight he had to lift. The documentary crew had traveled to Washington. They filmed the buildings where some of the alleged parties had taken place. Empty rooms that might have held secrets. Hallways where powerful men might have made deals that ordinary Americans would never understand. But the most haunting footage was simpler. Empty lots in Omaha where buildings had been torn down. Vacant offices where the Franklin Credit Union once operated. The physical spaces looked innocent enough in daylight. Just concrete and grass, brick and broken windows. Nothing to suggest the darkness that witnesses claimed had happened there. The film showed newspaper clippings from the height of the scandal. Headlines that promised investigations and justice. Then, later headlines that dismissed everything as fantasy. The story of how a conspiracy became a hoax, told through the evolution of newspaper coverage. Local news anchors appeared on camera, explaining how they had covered the story. Some seemed uncomfortable, as if they were remembering decisions they would rather forget. Others defended their reporting, insisting they had followed the evidence wherever it led. The documentary ended without resolution. No dramatic revelations. No smoking guns, just questions that hung in the air like morning fog. The filmmakers had found enough to disturb, not enough to prove. They had captured testimony that was either the truth or an elaborate lie. When the film was suppressed, it became more powerful than it might have been otherwise. The act of censorship gave weight to claims that might have been dismissed if aired normally. People wondered what was so dangerous about the documentary that someone would pay $500,000 to bury it. The bootleg copies became underground legends. People gathered to watch them like they were viewing forbidden knowledge. The grainy footage and muffled audio made the testimony seem more authentic, not less. This wasn't polished television. This was raw truth, or raw lies told with remarkable consistency. Years later, families still talked about the documentary at kitchen tables and holiday gatherings. Parents who had watched it warned their children about dangers that official sources said didn't exist. The film had become part of the Franklin story's DNA. Proof that some truths were too dangerous for public consumption. The documentary they tried to bury had found its own way to survive. The Omaha Police Department kept detailed records of everything. Traffic stops, domestic disputes, burglary reports, missing persons cases. They documented the mundane and the tragic with equal care. Their files stretched back decades, neat rows of manila folders and carbon copies that told the story of a city's daily struggles. But when researchers came looking for certain reports from the late 1980s, they found gaps. Not dramatic gaps, not obvious holes that screamed cover-up, just missing pieces that might have been misfiled or lost in routine transfers. The kind of bureaucratic accidents that happen in any large organization. Detective Bob Wadman's files were particularly sparse for that period. Wadman had been a respected officer, the kind of cop who knew everyone and kept the peace through personal relationships rather than heavy-handed enforcement. He understood that small cities worked differently than big ones. People talked. Rumors spread. Sometimes the best way to handle delicate situations was to handle them quietly. The missing reports weren't about major crimes. They were about runaway children who came back with strange stories. about complaints from foster parents who said their charges were acting out after weekend visits to unknown locations, about phone calls from social workers who were concerned about certain placements but couldn't quite articulate why. These were the gray areas of police work, the situations that didn't fit neat categories. A teenage boy who claimed he'd been driven to parties in Lincoln but couldn't remember the addresses. A girl who drew disturbing pictures after therapy sessions but refused to explain what they meant. Children who knew details about adult activities they shouldn't have known. In a different city, these reports might have triggered investigations. But Omaha in the 1980s was still a place where certain families commanded respect, where business leaders and civic organizations worked together to solve problems before they became public scandals, where the assumption was that good people sometimes made mistakes, but they deserved the chance to correct them privately. The police understood their role in this ecosystem. They were part of the community, not outside observers. Their job was to maintain order, not to create chaos, by pursuing every wild allegation made by troubled children, especially when those children came from broken homes and had reasons to fabricate stories for attention. Detective Wadman had grown up in Omaha. He knew which families had built the city and which ones were just passing through. He understood that sometimes the greater good required overlooking smaller inconsistencies, that protecting the community's reputation was part of protecting the community itself. When the Franklin scandal broke, reporters asked to see the police files. They wanted to know what law enforcement had observed during those years, what patterns they had noticed, what reports had been filed, and what follow-up investigations had been conducted. The files they were shown were clean, professional. They documented the cases that had been officially opened and officially closed, missing children who had been found, complaints that had been investigated and resolved. Everything was in order, properly categorized and stored according to department procedures. What the files didn't show was the informal network of conversations that had shaped how those cases were handled. The phone calls between Detective Wadman and social services, the discussions with prosecutors about which cases were worth pursuing, the understanding that some allegations were too explosive to investigate without absolute proof. These conversations had never been written down because they didn't need to be. They were part of the normal process of law enforcement in a community where everyone knew everyone else, where discretion was valued more than documentation, where the goal was to solve problems, not to create permanent records that might be misinterpreted later. Years afterward, when investigators tried to reconstruct what had happened, they found themselves working with incomplete information. The official records told one story. The memories of participants told another. The truth lay somewhere in between, in the space where professional judgment had met community pressure. Detective Wadman retired before the worst of the scandal hit. He moved to a smaller town where his reputation hadn't been touched by the Franklin allegations. He never spoke publicly about what he had or hadn't investigated during those years. His silence wasn't necessarily suspicious. It was simply the silence of a man who had learned that some questions were better left unasked. The missing reports became part of the Franklin mythology, evidence of a cover-up to some, evidence of nothing more than routine record-keeping problems to others. The truth was probably simpler than either explanation suggested. Sometimes the most important conversations happen in hallways and parking lots. Sometimes the most significant decisions are made in phone calls that nobody records. Sometimes the absence of documentation tells a story that's more complex than any written report could capture. The Omaha Police Department had done its job the way it understood that job. Whether that was enough depended on what you believed the job should have been. The night air in Omaha carries different sounds than it used to. Traffic hums along Dodge Street, where it once whispered. Streetlights cast orange pools where darkness used to pool naturally. But if you stand in the right places on the right nights, you can still hear what the city sounded like in 1988. The foster homes scattered across North Omaha tell their stories in the language of old wood and settling foundations. These weren't the grand houses where the parties happened. These were the places where children waited between placements, where social workers made their rounds with clipboards and good intentions, where the system tried to protect kids who had already learned that protection was temporary. Stand outside one of these houses on a quiet Tuesday night. The porch light flickers like it's been doing for 30 years. The screen door hangs slightly crooked on its hinges. Inside, you can imagine the sounds that once filled these rooms. Children whispering after lights out. Caseworkers talking in low voices at kitchen tables. Foster parents trying to make sense of stories that didn't quite add up. The Nebraska Department of Social Services had files on every child who passed through these doors. Thick manila folders filled with intake reports and psychological evaluations, court orders and placement histories, medical records and school transcripts, everything documented, everything filed, everything organized according to state regulations. But some files grew thicker than others. Some children had stories that required extra documentation, extra meetings, extra phone calls between caseworkers and supervisors. These were the children who talked about parties in big houses, who mentioned names that made adults uncomfortable, who described things that children shouldn't know about. The foster parents weren't trained to handle these conversations. They were good people who had opened their homes to children in need. They fed them and clothed them and drove them to school. They attended court hearings and met with therapists. They did their best with situations that nobody had prepared them for. When a child in their care started talking about powerful people doing terrible things, the foster parents did what they were supposed to do. They called their caseworker. They documented the conversation. They followed the protocols they had been taught during their training sessions. The caseworkers weren't trained for this either. They knew how to handle abuse cases within families. They understood domestic violence and neglect. They could recognize the signs of trauma and connect children with appropriate services. But when the allegations involved judges and politicians and businessmen, the protocols became less clear. Some caseworkers made phone calls to supervisors. Some supervisors made phone calls to administrators. Some administrators made phone calls to people outside the department. The conversations moved up the chain of command like smoke rising from a fire. By the time they reached the top, the details had become vague. The urgency had been filtered out. The children's voices had been translated into bureaucratic language. The night shift workers at these foster homes saw things that the day shift missed. Children who couldn't sleep. Kids who stood at windows looking out at empty streets. Teenagers who flinched when cars pulled into the driveway. These weren't unusual behaviors for children in state care. Trauma manifested in countless ways. Sleep problems were common. Hypervigilance was expected. But some of the night shift workers noticed patterns. Certain children seemed more afraid during certain weeks. Some kids asked questions about whether the doors were locked, whether strangers could find them here, whether they were really safe in these temporary homes. The workers did what they could. They checked the locks twice. They left hall lights on. They sat with children who couldn't sleep and listened to stories that made their stomachs turn. They wrote incident reports that went into files that grew thicker and thicker. The houses themselves remember these nights. The floorboards that creaked under the weight of worried footsteps. The windows that framed small faces looking out at darkness. The kitchen tables where caseworkers spread out paperwork and tried to make sense of cases that defied easy categorization. Some of these houses are still foster homes today. New families have moved in. New children have filled the bedrooms. New caseworkers make their rounds with updated forms and revised protocols. The system has learned from its mistakes. Training has improved. Oversight has increased. Communication has gotten better. But the old houses still hold the echoes of those earlier nights. The whispered conversations. The phone calls made after midnight. The sound of children trying to sleep in beds that weren't their own, in rooms that offered temporary safety at best. The foster care system in Nebraska wasn't designed to handle a conspiracy. It was built to protect children from individual predators, from family dysfunction, from poverty and neglect, and ordinary forms of abuse. When the threat came from the very institutions that were supposed to provide oversight and protection, the system found itself operating without a map. The children in these homes knew this instinctively. came in waves after the investigations ended. Federal grants for child protection services, state funding for foster care reform, private donations from foundations that specialized in victim advocacy. The checks arrived with official letterheads and careful language about improving systems and preventing future tragedies. Nebraska learned to speak a new language in the years that followed. Risk assessment protocols, mandatory reporting procedures, cross-agency communication standards. The bureaucracy grew thicker around the children, like layers of protective padding. Every caseworker carried more forms. Every foster home underwent additional inspections. Every report required more signatures. The Franklin Credit Union building downtown became a law office. The new tenants painted over the old signage and installed different carpet. They hung landscape paintings where Larry King's portrait once smiled from the lobby wall. The vault where millions of dollars had disappeared now stored legal documents and client files. The transformation was complete and unremarkable. Boys Town expanded its programs in the following decades. New dormitories rose on the campus grounds. The organization hired more counselors and implemented stricter screening procedures. They created oversight committees and established anonymous reporting systems. The institution that had weathered the storm of accusations emerged stronger and more carefully managed than before. The children who had testified grew up in a Nebraska that remembered their names, but preferred not to speak them aloud. Alisha Owen served her time and disappeared into a quiet life far from Omaha. Paul Bonacci found work and tried to build something normal from the pieces of his childhood. Troy Boner struggled with addiction and died young, taking his final version of the truth with him. The families who had lost children to the system learned to navigate a new reality. Support groups formed in church basements and community centers. Parents shared strategies for dealing with caseworkers and court proceedings. They developed their own informal networks of information and assistance. The state provided resources, but the families provided each other with something more valuable: the knowledge that they were not alone in their confusion and grief. Omaha's newspapers hired new editors and implemented different editorial policies. the reporters who had covered the Franklin case moved on to other beats or other cities. The archives held their stories, but the institutional memory grew fainter with each passing year. New journalists arrived without the context of those earlier investigations. They covered current events without the weight of unresolved questions from the past. The grand jury members returned to their ordinary lives, carrying extraordinary knowledge. They had seen documents that were later sealed or destroyed. They had heard testimony that was never made public. Some of them spoke quietly to friends and family about what they had learned. Others kept their silence completely. All of them understood that they had participated in something larger than a typical criminal investigation. The FBI field office in Omaha processed new cases with updated procedures. Agents learned from the mistakes of the Franklin investigation. They documented evidence more carefully. They coordinated with local law enforcement more effectively. They maintained better communication with prosecutors and social services. The improvements were real and measurable, but they came too late for the children who had needed protection in the 1980s. The foster care system evolved into something more professional and more cautious. Caseworkers received additional training about recognizing signs of organized abuse. Foster families underwent more thorough background checks. Children in care were given more opportunities to report concerns safely. The changes were significant, but they were built on the foundation of earlier failures. Money flowed through these improvements like water through carefully constructed channels. Federal agencies allocated millions for child protection initiatives. State budgets expanded to accommodate new programs and personnel. Private foundations funded research into trauma recovery and prevention strategies. The financial investment was substantial and ongoing. The silence that money bought was not the crude silence of direct payoffs or obvious corruption. It was the more subtle silence of institutional reform and professional advancement. People built careers on the lessons learned from the Franklin case. They wrote papers about improved protocols and presented findings at national conferences. They received grants to study better methods of investigation and intervention. Heartland learned to protect its children more carefully, but it also learned to protect itself from the kind of scrutiny that had nearly torn apart its most trusted institutions. The balance was delicate and required constant maintenance. New scandals were handled more quietly. Investigations were conducted with greater discretion. The press was managed more skillfully. The money continued to flow year after year, funding a system that had learned from its mistakes, but had never fully acknowledged them. The children of Nebraska were safer, but the questions that had driven the original investigations remained unanswered. The silence was not broken. It was simply made more comfortable and more sustainable. The Heartland had bought itself time to heal, but healing and truth were not always the same thing. Sarah Martinez carried the story west like a scar that wouldn't fade. She had been 12 when her foster mother testified before the grand jury in 1990. Too young to understand the words being whispered in courtrooms and conference rooms. Old enough to remember the way adults stopped talking when children entered the room. Her foster mother had worked at Boys Town for 15 years. She cleaned the dormitories and knew which children cried themselves to sleep. She knew which staff members worked late shifts when no supervisors were around. She knew things that made her valuable to investigators and dangerous to people who preferred silence. The testimony lasted 3 hours. Sarah waited in the hallway, counting floor tiles and listening to her foster mother's voice rise and fall through the heavy wooden doors. When it was over, they drove home in silence. 2 weeks later, they were packing boxes and loading a U-Haul truck bound for Phoenix. The desert was supposed to be a fresh start. Sarah's foster mother found work at a group home for troubled teenagers. She kept her head down and her mouth shut. She never mentioned Nebraska or Boys Town or the things she had seen in those dormitories. But the story lived in her silences and her careful words. Sarah grew up knowing that some truths were too heavy to carry alone. She learned to read the spaces between sentences. She understood that her foster mother's nightmares were not about the desert heat or the scorpions that sometimes found their way into the house. They were about children who had trusted the wrong adults and institutions that had failed them. In college, journalism. She wrote papers about investigative reporting and the role of the press in exposing corruption. Her professors praised her work on media ethics and the responsibility of journalists to protect vulnerable sources. She never mentioned that her interest in these topics was personal. She never spoke about the foster mother who had taught her that speaking truth could cost everything. After graduation, Sarah took a job at a small newspaper in Tucson. She covered city council meetings and high school football games. She wrote features about local businesses and profiles of community volunteers. Safe stories that made people feel good about their town and their neighbors. But sometimes, late at night in the newsroom, she would search online databases for stories about Nebraska. She would read about the Franklin Credit Union and the grand jury investigations. She would find mentions of witnesses who had recanted their testimony and investigators who had moved on to other cases. The story had grown smaller over the years, compressed into footnotes and academic papers about false memory syndrome and mass hysteria. The children who had testified were adults now. Some had died young from overdoses or suicide. Others had disappeared into lives of quiet desperation. The few who still spoke publicly were dismissed as attention seekers or mentally ill. The story that had once threatened to topple powerful institutions had become a cautionary tale about the dangers of believing children too readily. Sarah's foster mother died in 2015. Cancer took her quickly, but not before she called Sarah to her bedside one last time. Her voice was weak, but her words were clear. She spoke about the children she had tried to protect and the system that had failed them. She talked about the investigators who had promised justice and then quietly moved on to other cases. She described the phone calls that came in the middle of the night, warning her to be careful about what she said and to whom she said it. The story she told was smaller than the one Sarah had imagined all those years. There were no shadowy conspiracies or powerful politicians pulling strings from Washington. There were just ordinary people making ordinary compromises to protect their jobs and their families. There were administrators who chose not to ask difficult questions and investigators who followed orders to focus on more manageable cases. The truth was both simpler and more complicated than the legends that had grown up around it. Children had been hurt by adults who were supposed to protect them. Some of those adults had been punished. Others had been quietly transferred or allowed to retire with full benefits. The system had learned to be more careful, but it had not learned to be more honest. Sarah kept her foster mother's story to herself. She understood now why some truths were too dangerous to tell and too painful to carry. The desert had taught her that some seeds could not grow in certain soil. Some stories could only survive in exile, passed down in whispers from one generation to the next. The Franklin case had become a ghost story, told in online forums and conspiracy websites. The real children who had suffered were forgotten, replaced by symbols and theories that served other people's purposes. The investigators who came later found something different in the ashes. Not the smoking gun that conspiracy theorists had promised. Not the pristine cover-up that skeptics had claimed. They found fragments of truth scattered like broken glass across 30 years of silence. In 2019, a retired FBI agent named Michael Thompson opened his garage and pulled out boxes he had kept since the early 1990s. His hands shook as he lifted the cardboard lids. Inside were photocopies of witness statements that had never made it into official reports. Interview notes that had been marked inconclusive and filed away. Photographs of locations that children had described in perfect detail. Places they should never have known existed. Thompson had been a young agent then, assigned to follow up on leads that his supervisors considered dead ends. He had driven to farms outside Omaha where children claimed they had been taken. He had found the underground rooms they described. He had measured the dimensions and taken pictures. The rooms were real. The children's memories were accurate down to the scratches on the concrete walls. But when Thompson submitted his reports, they disappeared into bureaucratic channels that led nowhere. His supervisor told him to focus on bank fraud cases. The children's stories became classified as unsubstantiated allegations. The photographs were filed under miscellaneous evidence and forgotten. Thompson sat in his garage, looking at those same photographs. The farms had been sold and developed into shopping centers. The underground rooms had been filled with concrete and paved over. The physical evidence had vanished beneath layers of progress and time. He thought about the children he had interviewed, how they had drawn maps of houses they claimed to have visited, how those maps had led him to real addresses where real people lived, how those people had lawyers who made phone calls that ended investigations before they could begin. Thompson had kept copies of everything because something inside him knew that someday someone would need to see what he had seen. He had violated protocol to preserve evidence that his own agency had chosen to ignore. He had become an accidental archivist of uncomfortable truths. The boxes contained more than documents. They held audio recordings of interviews that had been transcribed incorrectly in official reports. Children's voices describing events with a clarity that made Thompson's chest tight even decades later. Their words had been edited and sanitized in the written versions, stripped of details that might have led to uncomfortable questions. One recording stood out. A 12-year-old girl describing a birthday party where adults had done things that no child should witness. She mentioned specific dates, specific locations, specific people. Thompson had verified every detail he could. The party had happened. The people had been there. The location matched her description perfectly. But the girl's testimony had been dismissed because she had been in foster care, because she had behavioral problems, because her story was too disturbing to be believed. The adults she had named continued their careers without interruption. Some had been promoted. Others had received awards for their service to children. Thompson had tried to follow the money trail that Larry King had left behind. The credit union records showed payments to companies that existed only on paper. Those companies had addresses that led to empty lots or buildings that had been demolished years earlier. The money had flowed through a network of shell corporations and nonprofit organizations that specialized in helping troubled youth. The pattern was elegant in its simplicity. Money would disappear from the credit union and reappear as donations to to youth programs. Those programs would hire consultants and contractors who provided services that were never clearly defined. The consultants would organize retreats and camps and special events for disadvantaged children. The events would be photographed and documented as evidence of the good work being done. But some of those photographs had ended up in private collections. Some of those retreats had included activities that were not mentioned in the official reports. Some of those children had tried to tell people what had happened to them, only to be told they were confused or lying or seeking attention. Thompson closed the boxes and pushed them back into the corner of his garage. He had spent 30 years wondering if he should have done more, if he should have pushed harder against the bureaucracy that had buried his investigation, if he should have gone to the press or found a way to make the evidence public. But he knew what happened to agents who caused problems for their superiors. He had seen careers destroyed and reputations ruined. He had chosen his family's security over abstract justice. He had made the same compromise that everyone else had made. The ashes of the Franklin case contained no final answers. They held only questions that grew more complicated with each passing year. Questions about how institutions protect themselves at the expense of the vulnerable. Questions about how ordinary people become complicit in extraordinary harm through small acts of willful blindness. The questions Thompson carried in his garage boxes were the same questions that followed every person who had touched the Franklin case. They were questions without clean answers, mysteries that refused to resolve into simple truth or simple lies. In Omaha today, the old Franklin Credit Union building stands empty. The windows are boarded up with plywood that is weathered gray as driftwood. Weeds push through cracks in the parking lot where Larry King once parked his Cadillac. The building remembers nothing. It holds no secrets in its empty rooms. But drive through the neighborhoods where the children lived, and you can still feel the weight of what was never fully told. The foster homes look like any other houses now. New families live behind those doors. New children play in those yards. The past has been painted over, carpeted over, lived over by people who never heard the names Alisha, Owen, or Paul Bonacci. The investigators who worked the case have mostly retired. Some moved away from Nebraska entirely. Others stayed, but learned to talk about different things at dinner parties. The files they compiled sit in storage facilities and basement archives, growing dusty in boxes that no one opens anymore. The journalists who covered the story moved on to other assignments. The documentary filmmakers found new subjects. The conspiracy theorists discovered fresh mysteries to unravel. The Franklin case became a footnote in books about government corruption, a chapter in documentaries about institutional abuse, a case study in how power protects itself. But the questions remain. They echo in the spaces between what was proven and what was believed. They whisper in the gap between official reports and witness testimony. They live in the silence that followed every investigation that was closed too quickly, every lead that was never pursued, every phone call that was never returned. These are not questions that demand immediate answers. They are the kind of questions that settle into your bones like winter cold. Questions about how we decide what to believe when the evidence is incomplete. Questions about how institutions survive by forgetting what they cannot afford to remember. Questions about the price we pay for stability, for order, for the comfort of not knowing what we cannot change. The children who testified about those parties are adults now. Some have families of their own. Some have found peace with their memories. Others still struggle with what they saw and what they were told they imagined. They carry their stories like old scars that ache when the weather changes. The powerful men who were named in those testimonies have mostly passed away. They took their secrets with them to graves marked with respectable headstones in well-maintained cemeteries. Their obituaries mentioned their public service, their charitable work, their contributions to their communities. The allegations against them were footnotes, if they were mentioned at all. But the questions they left behind are patient. They do not age or fade or lose their power to disturb our sleep. They wait in the margins of official history, in the spaces where the record goes quiet, in the moments when someone asks what really happened and no one has a complete answer. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, not because the truth is unknowable, but because the questions themselves are more important than any answer we might find. The questions keep us honest. They remind us that power without accountability is dangerous. They whisper that children's voices matter, even when those voices tell us things we would rather not hear. The Franklin case lives on in these questions. It breathes in the doubt that follows every official explanation that feels too neat, too clean, too convenient. It speaks through every person who wonders what happens when institutions protect themselves instead of the people they serve. Tonight, somewhere in Nebraska, the wind moves through empty buildings and abandoned lots. It carries no secrets, holds no evidence, offers no final revelations. It simply moves through the darkness, patient as time itself, carrying questions that have no expiration date. The mystery endures not because it cannot be solved, but because it reflects something larger than any single case or conspiracy. It reflects the eternal tension between power and truth, between what we know and what we can prove, between the stories we tell ourselves and the stories we cannot bear to hear. In the end, that may be mystery enough. Subscribe for a brand new mystery every night. One tap and a new story is waiting for you tomorrow. Sleep well.